Bum, bum, bum. Alright. Ba-bam. There we go. Hello. Hello, everybody. Ba-bam. Ghostly's still breathing. Ghostly's trying to choose happiness right now. Oh no, Ghostly. Jeez. How is Wildlight? Wildlight's doing alright. Wildlight stayed out a little late last night. A little later than Wildlight should have. And then woke up at noon today. So the vibes today are very... It's going to be very casual vibes today. Fun out late? Yeah. It was a good time. Yeah, I met up with a bunch of the writers, and then we all went out for a couple of drinks that lasted a little later than it probably should have. But it was fine. And then I woke up at noon and was like, well, I guess that's just, I'm just going to roll with that type of vibe today. Today is the type of day that is you wake up at noon type day. So feeling good about it. Feeling good about the vibes. But how are you, Ghostly? How is trying to choose happiness? Is it still the car? Or what's the, oof. Because I know that was the rage yesterday was coming from the Jeep stuff. But still breathing, that is concerning. Oh no, Ghostly's feeling tragic. Oh, I'm sorry, Ghostly. That's too bad. I'm sorry you're feeling tragic. I assume not in the narrative literary sense, but more in the life sense. Oh. I'm sorry, Ghostly. Hopefully whatever it is, it'll turn around and look up and be a little less tragic here soon. Ugh. Let me see here. Oh no. Ghostly believes she has made a fool of herself in front of someone she admires? Oh no. Sometimes sometimes your mind can and is slightly spiraling. Yeah, I definitely tend to be one of those people that ruminates very heavily on self-perceived moments of awkwardness slash foolishness slash, just one of those, like, I shouldn't be allowed to go outside and be around people at all. So I know the feeling, but oftentimes it's overblown. Oftentimes I think we perceive ourselves in a much harsher light than others are going to perceive us. So I don't know the context of everything, but often I doubt whoever it is that you admire, that you think you acted foolishly in front of, thinks you were as foolish as you might think you were. I think I've discovered why I'm so bruised about the death of Virgil. Oh no. Okay. All right. I'm interested. Expound, Ghostly. Why are you so bruised? Aside from Virgil being an utterly delightful human being and character. There is a little bit of like a why does the good and the delightful need to be punished, but, or at least, is that actually what's being said there? But I think Ghostly resonates with the comic relief characters. I think Ghostly just wants to see someone like that have a happy ending, like a happy ending for the fool. The sort of because that is kind of the narrative trope, is the fool. The fool usually suffers or perishes at some point in the drama. The comic relief, like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern for sure, and Hamlet, where they do wind up being killed or something terrible happens to them. You're not wrong, Ghostly. You're not wrong, because it is rare to see the fool get a happy ending. But you know what's interesting is, Oh, Ghostly often feels the fool. I admired the fool when I was in high school. The fool was my favorite character archetype. I was like obsessed, like, you know, the holy fool kind of character, comic relief, but also like there's a sense of like almost naturalistic wisdom that the fool tends to have, like not in intellectual wisdom, but a sort of like, I guess, a natural sort of earthy wisdom about them. Or they often tend to be the ones that accidentally or are able to see through the facades that the main characters are playing. So look at my character, Twilight. I like to think my goal has always been to entertain and uplift, and you do that admirably. You're not wrong. Hey, Oizel, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? How's the times and the words? And the babies. How are the babies? The sweet, adorable kittens. But you're not wrong, Ghostly. Yeah, that is your character type, your persona for sure, is the entertaining, uplifting Titan, go take on the suns kind of thing. Indomitable, one might say. But I don't know if you're the fool in the sense that, like, you're definitely the comic book character, or not comic book, the comic-y character, but I don't know if you're necessarily the fool, because the fool almost brings the misfortune upon themselves in a way. Like, Virgil kind of brings his own downfall upon him. Oh no, Ghostly is depressed because it appears to be I am doomed. You are not doomed, Ghostly. You are not doomed. You're no doomed at all. I doubt any context means that you are doomed. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. Good. They're little mewing babies, as they should be. As they should be, mewing little babes. Ghostly, yeah, I don't know the context of what foolish thing that you have done that has spiraled you into, but you are not doomed. I don't even think I can imagine a world in when you are, don't tell me Virgil hits on the mother character and gets smited. No, Ghostly, that is not what happens to Virgil. Virgil tries to save Nat, and by attempting to save Nat, dooms himself. That's what makes his ultimate demise tragic. So the action that he does that ends up is that it's a stupid action, but it's well intentioned, and the well intention of the action is what dooms him, because he tries to save Nat. Well, he does save Nat, but no, that would be deeply funny though, Ghostly, if I did have him suddenly hit on the mother character. Ghostly is trying to come to terms with being happy just watching other people be happy. That's a good thing to be able to do, to see happiness in others and have that be happy, but it can be hard if you feel like you're excluded from that type of happiness. There is a reason the fools are rarely the main characters. Yes, that's true. Yeah. They are kind of the sacrificial lambs of the stories in a lot of ways. Oizel, doom you not. Yes, absolutely. Comparison is the thief of joy, my dear. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. It's hard. A little bit. I do understand. I mean, that comes from, wanting to. There's always the desire, obviously, to find happiness for yourself, and feeling like if you can't be happy, or I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to word this. I mean, oftentimes it can be hard to find other people being, if you're worried about happiness in terms, coming to terms with being happy just watching other people be happy, oftentimes it's harder to do that if you feel like there is loss there, or you've been robbed of something. That's where I feel like those feelings, like feelings of being excluded or left out. Yeah. And that is where the whole like comparison thing becomes, that can send you down a spiral. And we do it naturally. It's not like a thing. It's not a thing that's like, don't do that, because we inherently do it naturally. We naturally compare things, including ourselves, to others. But there is a certain sense of sadness that and misery that can come from that. Don Quixote was first. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Oizel, that is kind of, he was the main. Don Quixote was the main character, and then he is the holy fool, the righteous fool. Yeah, what other stories has the fool be the main character aside from like almost every Terry Gilliam movie? Because Terry Gilliam very much was obsessed with Don Quixote, so that is definitely the character type he likes. Yeah, Monty Python. Yeah, yeah. Of course, Terry Gilliam came from Monty Python. Yeah, so that it makes sense that would be the fools are the fools, and everything done past then, from Terry Gilliam's The Jabberwock to Brazil, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. All those movies, the sort of insightful fool. Oh, The Dude's a good one too. Yeah, always. That's a good point. Yeah, the Coen brothers lean into that for sure. The Dude, Burn After Reading. Yeah, that's true. That is, yeah. Yeah, there are foolish main characters for sure. Although the delightful thing about the dude is the one who rejects being the main character of anything and still remains the main character. Sometimes I just have to tell myself, go crawl in a hole and read Edgar Allan Poe. Just go be a sickly, melancholy Victorian. Enjoy the fact that you have good vibes. Oh, Ghostly. Oh, I'm sorry, Ghostly. I could tell you're having a rough time. I mean, follow your bliss. Like, if that's the thing that bring you happiness, but don't it's okay to like let yourself feel feelings like that you're missing out, or that you've that I mean, it's natural. We all feel that way from time to time. It's just a bummer that we have to go through the moods and the feelings, because they can't just waylay everything, particularly if you're trying to maintain a vibe, because you definitely do not need to maintain the uplifting foolish vibes, Ghostly. It is okay to be sad. It's fine. All is fine. It makes me more interesting anyways. It's more interesting and also more reflective. It just means you understand more about yourself than people oftentimes can. The fools are always the favorites. They tend to be. They're deeply endearing characters. I think generally we naturally feel a kinship with them. More so than you would with, say, like the hero, or a sort of the standard like Campbellian monomythic hero. You're always going to feel a little bit more in tune with the fool, because none of us really feel like heroes. Most of us feel like fools. So it's easier for us to attach ourselves onto those characters. All right, Ghostly. Amen, Ghostly. Fuck sadness, words. Indeed. All right, Ghostly. What am I reading today? Are we doing the chapter? Are we doing the big old chapter? Is that what we're doing? I'm primed and ready to go for reading on stream today, as I was expecting. Bum. Parting my French. Ghostly, this is we're a swear happy community here. It's fine. Uh-oh. Did not mean to do that. There we go. Boom. All right. No. We can read. Unless you want to do sprints. Do you want to do it on the latter half of the stream, Ghostly, or do you want to do it up front? Yeah, we love you immensely, Ghostly. Here, and cheers to that. We all love and adore you, Ghostly, and you will triumph as you do. Yeah, sure. Yep. Yeah, we can wait. So you want to do it? We'll do it on the back half. We'll read for the last two sprints then, if that works. All right. Do do do. Thank you, as always. That really means a lot. Yes, yes, yes. We love you, Ghostly. So let us go ahead and start our sprints. Let's get to the words, as Ghostly said. Fuck the sadness. Let us go and. Yeah, I figured it'd be the fancy road. So we'll go ahead and do 2 sprints for that, just to make sure we get through the whole chapter. But we're gonna start off. We'll start off with the first sprint, and if we're feeling it, we can start reading for the second sprint or for the third. So I will leave it to you, Ghostly. Ghostly gets to command stream today. But for the opening, let us go ahead and do the words. We're gonna run ads real quick. I don't think anyone's gonna get hit by them, but just to make sure that they don't. Do not give me that power. You've got the power for today, Ghostly. That's kind of what the 15. That's what the Tort Coins buys you. That's a dangerous thing, Wildlight. Well, with great power comes great responsibility, Ghostly. That would be a great Tort Coin redeemable. I mean, that's kind of the read on stream one a little bit, but maybe I'll make a different one. Maybe I'll make a different one that just says you get to run stream for the day. with a heavy asterisk, because I am not doing, yeah, you cannot command me to do jumping jacks and put my apartment at risk and or other things, but for today, since it's not a redeemable, Ghostly gets to run stream. Ooh, I'm so poor. Only 13.9k in the bank. You're a dragon, Ghostly. You're just the miserly dragon, just like hoarding your coins. To be fair, Ghostly, you've already redeemed, what, 2 times now? I think you've done 2 reads, haven't you? That's a lot. So, yes, yeah. You've spent a lot over the past. I have been here for a year! That's true. I mean, hopefully I'll be streaming more regularly, because we all know, I mean, it's been here for a year, but I'm not exactly the most consistent streamer. So if I'm streaming more, maybe there'll be more like, of the coins to stack. In theory. Because I do have habits of disappearing. At least in the past year and a half, I was definitely sometimes I'm gone for 3 weeks. Consistently, yeah, you have been consistent, Ghostly. You are definitely the one I see the most, for sure. Oizel, fire! Yes. I would like to think I am at least a deckhand at this point. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're not a deckhand. That's how we'll tier everything. We'll tier everything based on how long you've been here, based if your position on a ship. Or in the lighthouse. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I'd say by this point you are absolutely a deckhand, Ghostly. You're there. All right, our ads done. Ads are done. I've got 9 months. Does that make me a land spotter? Yeah, I think so. Land spotter. I have to look up at the tiers on this ship. It's like, I need a bosun. I need, Ghostly is biting for second first mate after Opresoria. That is true, yeah. Opresoria is probably the, What do we got here? All right. Deckhand, cadet, steward, third officer. Oh my god. Who wants to be the purser? No, you know what it would be? What kind of boat is this? That's a good point. It's like a pretty big ship. This is not a luxury yacht. I'm going to tell you right now, yeah, 100% far more onto pirate ship of the 1700s style. Probably be like, I think, you know what I think? Opresoria would probably be like a chief engineer, because Opresoria is like smart and understands like the internet and coding and servers and Twitch like a lot more than I do. Like a chief engineer or like a chief officer or something like that. Oh, wait, we need to establish, Twilight, are you the captain or the boat? Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's... I kind of want to just be the boat. I don't think I could be a captain. I could just be the boat. I'm the boat. The Twilight boat. Yep. Yep. That's... I would like to be the complimentary drunkard. That's... Oizel, we'll just go ahead and give that to you. We'll be the... We'll... You'll be like somehow the James Joyce Irish drunkard just on the ship somehow. The rum taster. Yep. Where has all the rum gone? Yeah. We need an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, we'll make one. We'll make an Excel spreadsheet. And you know what? I like this. I kind of like this. I like this. You know, I mean, we started it just because I was quoting the White House with the commands, but I kind of like the, boat theming hierarchy. It makes sense. So yeah, we'll have, essentially, captain will be a thing. Maybe that'll be what people buy, is they have authority and control over the stream for the day. It seems weird to make that behind essentially a fake paywall, a paywall of fake tort coins. Yeah. All right. I'll make a list of all these, and then maybe we can. if you're Twitch is weird, man. Twitch is weird. It's a really weird system. I still don't understand half of it. I kind of understand bits. I know bits is like people actually spend money on fake things like that, then they spend to do a thing. I don't understand it. I understand subscription because that just gets you past ads. I get that. That I understand. That's simple enough for me. The rest of it I do not understand. All right. You're doing great, Wiley. Thank you, Ghostly. I like to think that this is the Luddite corner of the internet, where the most of the people who hang out here are not the most Twitch technically geared, maybe technologically a little a little old school. It's probably the only way they could put up with me, since I just, I remember when everybody told me what Instagram was, and it took me like 6 months to understand what it was. Because we're just Ken, and it's fine. Exactly, Ghostly. Exactly. By the way, not a huge Oscar person, but that live performance at the Oscars was awesome. That was a fantastic. You don't get many outstanding performances at the Oscars, or like, shows at the Oscars, because it's, but that I'm Just Ken performance was fantastic. Knuff! Yes. We are all just Knuff, and that's, and that's good. We are Knuff. You are definitely Knuff, Ghostly. And so are we all. All right. Let's go ahead and dive into a sprint, but if you feel like chatting, I will be active in the chat as well. I'm just going to catch up on some reading, I think. I probably won't be doing much writing today. I'm probably just going to read some stuff. And I need to create a list of festivals, because I'm submitting my film is getting submitted here in the next few days, so I need to make sure I have the correct tiers for my festivals. Boop. All right. Let's see. I found it so hilariously tragic how the reactions to I'm Just Ken was exactly the opposite the creator was striving for. Yeah, the internet is poison. The internet is poison. People are... I think media literacy is dumb. Has been dumbed down. I don't think people... I think in a world where everybody needs hot takes, it leads people to be very, very... I think in the desperate need to have a take on a thing, it leads people to actually having less nuanced or interesting or even deep takes on media. And it makes me sad. It makes me very sad as someone who wants to make somewhat challenging media with nuance. It makes me very sad. So I feel you there, Ghostly, because it is very tragic. It is very tragic. But you know what? For those of us who get it, we also got the "I'm Just Ken" song, which is incredible. So they can't take that from us. I read Asimov's Bicentennial Man last. How was that, Oizel? Because I'm always hit or miss with Asimov, so I am very, very curious how that turned out. Oh, thank you so much. I am excited. I'm very excited. We'll see what festivals it gets in. But I do need to make a list. All right, so let's go ahead and start our sprint. I will be active in the chat for everybody out there working. Happy writing. I hope the words treat you well, and we will see you on the other side. And away we go. Boop, boop, boop. All right, and that is the end of our first sprint of the day. Let me go ahead and bring the volume down, start the break timer. Bam! Hopefully the words came somewhat easy, hopefully easier. For those of you working out there, Akuma. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sounds like you're writing a really rad science fiction book. Oh, awesome. This is your first book? Very cool. Well, congratulations on undertaking the grand adventure of writing a book. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so you generally do fantasy. Got it. Got it. The timer went off just as supper finished. Well done. So it's kind of productivity. Yeah, I mean, cooking is one must feed yourself. You know, you must. Food is necessary, so that's productive. Man, I'm tired. Well, awesome. What kind of fantasy do you generally write, Akuma? Is it like high fantasy, dark fantasy, pulp fantasy? Dark, very cool. Yep, that's my jam. Dark fantasy is definitely my jam. But since you're new here, I am Wilight, and I generally write screenplays. So I'm a filmmaker living out of LA. So I generally do like screenplays. Sometimes I'll do like a narrative prose short story, but most of the writers that hang out here are all prose, doing fantasy, science fiction, magical realism, stuff like that. So it's a good little mix of folks we have here. But that's very cool, very cool, very dark. What's your favorite like dark fantasy series or book? It doesn't have to be a series, but like your favorite like kind of the ghost you're chasing. Ba, ba, ba. Be right back. Well, good luck. Good luck. Wherever you go. What do we got here? Uh-oh. What happened? Oh boy. All right. Trying to find. The problem with festival submissions, the thing that always is rough about film festival submissions is that everybody, you kind of need to like, submit to as many as you can because there's no guarantee that they're going to accept you, specifically the more prestigious they are, but they all want everything they want are premieres. So like essentially when you're submitting, you have to like guarantee to them that it's either going to be a US premiere, if it's in LA, a Los Angeles premiere. So it's like, I don't know. It's I don't particularly like the way that you have to submit to film festivals. It's a pain in the ass. Unless you're like a premium select, like they come and actively select your film. But usually only like well-established filmmakers get that. Brr. Ba-ba-ba-ba. How many international ones do I have? Fantasia is Montreal. Oh yeah, I guess there's Toronto. When is Toronto after dark? Toronto after dark. Do. Okay, it's in October. So that means it'll probably key submission. Or did they already submit submissions? Submit your film. Oh, interesting. Oh, they kind of do it weird. Okay, all right. probably won't do Toronto. I already have one Canada submission, and Fantasia is a bigger one, but it is a neat festival. Do Final Girls in Berlin. I have any excuse to go back to Germany. I will take. Actually, what is this? That would be an expensive trip, though. Oh, geez, it just happened. Shit. Oh, they are submitted for 2025. Okay, I could do that. Yeah, DCP, that's fine. Oh, nice. Okay. Could do it regardless of prior screening status. That is nice. Cool. It's rare to see that from a film festival. I will take that. Final Girls. That's in. Save up money and try to go to a Berlin Film Festival. I would be down for that. Oh, actually, let's go ahead and we're gonna have to run ads. So ads are incoming, folks. Even though we're on a break, so. So apologize if you get hit by the ads. What's the Miami one? Is that Popcorn Frights? It's probably. I think that's. Yeah, Popcorn Frights. That's the Miami one, even though I hate Miami. Film submissions. Oh shit. Okay, regular deadlines at the end of April 30th. Yeah, we do not want. Damn, I was really hoping to get the early birds as much as possible. It's so much cheaper. Okay. Do they care? Okay, it doesn't look like they do. Okay. Popcorn Frights. Premiere if I do that. I think this one's in Ohio. Miami. US premiere. This one, obviously, Fantastic's in Austin. This one is obviously in Telluride in Colorado. Ooh. Oh, and that is the end of our break. All right. All right, everybody. We're going to dive into another sprint. I'm going to step away very briefly for the beginning of our sprint. All right. All right. Time to dive into our next sprint. I'm going to step away for the very beginning, but I'll be back to keep on working. I just have to take care of something really quick. But happy writing, everybody. And we will see you all on the other side. And away we go. Happy writing. All right, everybody, that is the end of our second and probably last sprint of the day, as we are going to be reading for the rest of the show. Let's see here. Had to do night chores before midnight for once because we have a pause in the deluge. But I am back and settled in. Ah, fantastic. Gonna make something. Do some creative stuff. Ghostly. I think the big difference between us, Twilight, is that this is your job, or you're working towards it, or towards it to be. And I know, especially in film, that can really put you in a box you don't fit in. Um, uh, I'm not really scared of publishers. If I fade into obscurity, I'd be happy I wrote what I wanted to read. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Ghostly. Then it's not so much like, yeah, fame and fortune. Like, you clearly want to communicate and tell stories for people to enjoy, but a lot of artists, I feel like a lot of artists do get into it fundamentally because they want to tell the things that they want to see, or they want to make the things that they want to see. Um, and I'm definitely in that camp. But yeah, I have to. Yes, the box. The box is a thing. It is a real thing out here. Trying to do your own thing, and people out here definitely give you a kind of, we want we want something unique and something special that we haven't seen before, something with its own voice and stuff like that. But oftentimes that can be alienating because it's not always going to approach the largest audience, which I embrace. I embrace trying to be like, I feel like the movies I make and the stories I tell, their budget should be dictated by how many people want to watch my stuff. I'm fine with that. So that's true. I'm kind of in the middle of where you're at, Ghostly, where it's like, I would be fine fading into obscurity if I could just make movies, and even if no one watched them. The problem is it's expensive to do so and requires a lot of people that need to get paid. It's kind of like a collaborative medium. Um, so in order to do it, it kind of requires you to at least be able to make some amount of money, or be a trust fund person who just has loads of money that they can just live off of and make their work. But that would actually be the happiest, and then there's no pressure. I could just make whatever I want. That's how I wish I was. I wish the world was. But um I'm not really, proud of you. That's exactly why you should do it. Exactly, Cryptid. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, not that authors don't deserve living wages. We all do. Agreed. But the money is problematic at best. Agree. Yeah. I do not wish to make movies for rich and fame. Like, for lots of money and fame. No one should get involved in the film industry if that's what they want. Because you generally don't make a lot of money, and whatever fame or cultural fame you do usually just turns you or the rest of the world into a terrible place to live. Um, Publishing, we all want something unique and different, but also like all these other things that we can sell. Exactly. That's the big thing. Oh, thank you, Ghostly. Down timer. Totally forgot. Um, I will not conform for a platform. I will set up my soapbox and I will shout it myself, and maybe only one reads it, but they will read the story I wanted to tell. Exactly, Ghostly. And you should. That is the best and truest reason to be a writer, I think, or an artist in general, is to be able to do your art. It's kind of why the same thing I do it with my poetry, and maybe if I can find said opus, a thing that I can just do on my own, that this is the kind of story I want to tell and the things I want to say, that don't require an army to make it. The problem is I'm just so visual. Like, I wish I could draw. Maybe I should just double down over the next 2 years and force myself to try to be a competent artist. Because I that's the only problem I have with prose writing, is that I need visuals. A play would work too. I did direct plays when I was in high school, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. A play, I feel like if I could get into a scene where I feel like I knew enough actors that were still doing theater, that I would be fine directing a play. I could do that. Yep. Plays would be nice. There's even less money and it's harder to get into in plays than there is in film, though. I'll tell you that right now. It can be real hard. But I do know a lot of people who do it as a passion. You just have to get people together, and if you can't pay them, it can get hard. It's tough because I want my clients to care about their money only so they don't get screwed over. Exactly. Yep. But also always have a plan B. Yeah. Yep. Always find another way to make money. Same. I'm gonna write the stories I'm going to write. I know the audience is there. I agree. I think there are audiences. That's the problem with so many. I feel like people are just particularly producers and publishers are just lazy, because I feel like niche, unique audiences exist. They're out there. I mean, all you have to do is go into forums and like all the wild places on the internet to see that there's some crazy audiences out there ready for stuff that's pretty wild and out there. So I just think they're lazy. It's visual. All you need are bodies and imagination. Exactly, Ghostly. Yep. Ghostly hopes the world can enjoy what she's made, but I am content with the world's smallest in an empty stadium. Well, you've got your fans here, Ghostly, because we all love reading your stuff. So, which we are going to do for the latter half of the stream today. We are going to continue to read Ghostly things. But you are a well loved writer here in this community. That's for sure. I mean, we love all the writers here, but that includes you, Ghostly. The biggest issue in publishing is it's self-serving. So you'll get agents and acquire editors asking for diverse stories and then not taking them because they don't connect with them, because the agents and editors aren't marginalized. Cryptid has literally broken down not just the problem in publishing, but the problem in film production. The way that films get greenlit and made, you literally have broken down the vicious cycle is why you don't get unique stories. And also added on top of that is the destruction of what they call middle budget movies. There's actually a really good interview with Matt Damon on Hot Ones where he literally breaks down in pretty simple terms why you don't see certain types of films get made anymore, because there's no way a film can do poorly in theaters and then make money on the back end now that we have streaming, which is where a lot of those movies would live. Movies that, they're made between $25 to $75 million movies, and they find their audiences later on, not necessarily in their first theatrical run. And unless you're talking about Tarantino or Christopher Nolan, they're like the only people making movies in that budget range. You either get movies that are $4 million to $20 million, or you get movies that are 150 to 250 million. It's like the only budget ranges you get. And Robert Eggers is kind of getting into that with The Northman. I think that was like a $75 million movie, but that was like a historical epic. Usually for a historical epic, you're going to do like 125, 150 million. They kind of pared that one back, and I believe it's the same budget for Nosferatu. I think he's doing Nosferatu for like 75, maybe even 50. He might have actually taken a budget cut on that one. I'll have to go look up the numbers on that. But anyway, Cryptid, that should just be a quote, a slogan, because Cryptid nailed it right on the head. That's why it's hard to find niche audiences and the kind of the cycle we get into. Ghostly is literally buying your audience. Ghostly, you're just like you came on Twitch and you're buying your audience. It's fine, Ghostly. We love your stuff. You don't need to buy us over. It's also nice that you're also an utterly delightful human being. So it's nice to have the work and you being a cool person makes it work. Fake Torcoin's buying my screen time. That's true. Fake money buys you everything here, right? My anarchist and communist sensibilities are coming out here, so it's all fake money. although in a way it's still put behind a paywall, which is terrible. Not all agents editors, but quite a few. We call it too straight to relate. That's a good way to put it. Yep. So if you get replies saying I couldn't connect, it's not just you, it's the agent. Yep, I saw that one. Streaming fucks over. Yes, that is why the strikes have become such a big thing, is streaming. But also, it's not just that the studios are taking home so much money from streaming. They're actually not. The main streamers behind it and the tech companies are. But the thing is if you look at how much money was made on video on demand, rentals, and television, when movies played on television, it's a lot more than they are making on streaming. Streaming does not make money. It literally is designed to lose money, which is why why you're seeing a massive crunch, because nobody makes money on streaming. And the writers knew this. They actually talked about that back in 2008. The writers' strike back then. They were pushing, saying there's no money in this. Like, nobody's gonna make any money because of the way streaming works. It's flawed. And I'm not even going to go into the cultural stuff, how I think it tears down our ability to access art. It puts art behind a paywall where usually you would be able to go rent movies from your public library and be able to access art that way. Now that we're not having physical releases, you like have to buy into this streaming like platform, which costs money, and it's like already paywalling your ability to access art, which should in theory be public after a certain amount of time. That was part of the sort of like agreement we made having public libraries. It's why you could also rent movies from public libraries too, and some of them had very robust cinema libraries. It drives me nuts because I edit stories all the time that aren't my jam, but I know the audience is there and I can tell the client how to revise to hook them. Yeah, I mean, that's your job. That's literally your job, Cryptid. It's your job. So why can't an agent? Why can't it? Cryptid, it's just because you're too good at your job. You doing your job means you're too good at your job. Fail upwards is the name of the game in these industries. Fail up. Fail upwards. Ghostly, I am awful, I tell you. No, you're not. No, you're not, Ghostly. You are a delight. Publishing, pull your heads out of your asses challenge. Yes, Cryptid. Yes. Exactly. Get your head out of your butts. All right. Where are we at here? We got like a minute to go. Do I have... Oh, let me bring up the story. Where are you, Discord? Yes. Where are you? Cryptid, I know. I have moments where my co-editor told me you could be an agent because I've developed enough skill at IDing what's wrong with books in a very brief... You probably could. Probably be. Actually, also being, like, in the not... Like, on the outskirts of everything. Like, on the outskirts, like, not, in the sort of straight, hetero world that is most publishing, you'd probably do really well for yourself, too. Start your own publishing house, Cryptid. Do it. Single-handedly save the publishing world by starting your own publishing house. All right, let me see if I can. The many lies of Mordecai. No, we're not doing Mordecai. Where are you? There we go. All right. Do you need a refresher from where we left off? Sure, Ghostly. Yeah, I do remember. It's been a little bit, but I do remember most of it. But specifically, like, the last chapter, maybe? Right, wait, did we stop after they went down the stairs? Is that when we stopped? When it started to get all spooky? Did we stop there? Or, no. No, wait, didn't we keep going? I think we kept going. Alright, let me... bring this up. This is a really cool and good skill. Exactly, Rune Wolf. It is. It's super. Yeah. Crypto, we debated this once, but I would have to make a lot more money than that. Yeah, to pay author as well and etc. And I'm but a humble food stamps having person. Yes. Does everyone see the problem here? The people most equipped and designed that actually should be running this are usually the ones that are on food stamps. Sorry. Sorry. I'm being dramatic. I was being dramatic, but I also welcome to trying to curb going on a diehard lefty rant about how broken everything is. Makes me very mad. Makes me very mad. I'm enjoying editing. Yeah, that's huge, Rune Wolf. Yeah. I am a terrible editor, which is why I literally before I go to bed every night thank the universe that people like Cryptid exists. And something was there, and then we had to leave off. Yes, thank you, Ghostly. Perfect. Yeah, so Girly Basement for Ginger. Yeah, that's right. I remember. Okay, Ginger went for that. Looking for the rat, and then got the hand on the mouth. Thank you, Ghostly. Perfect. Was told don't make a sound. Of course, call me Cliff. Call me Cliff Notes. All right, let me get this set up here. Let's kill Notion. Let's bring in properties. Fantasy Road Trip. Ba-bam. Let's bring in Google. Okay. This was chapter 3? It was chapter 3. Oh my god, Google, why? Google, why? Why, Google? Why? Really? You're not gonna let me just try? There we go. Good lord. Alright, chapter 2, Strangers in Shadows. Okay, okay, alright, cool. Okay. Thank you, Wildlight. That means a lot. Okay, it's true. I do my best with the power that I have to at least keep folks away from the shitty actors in the community. Yep. You are a bulwark. And we need them. We need as many bulwarks as humanly possible to try to make the industries we work in more inclusive, delightful, and less predatory, particularly because, particularly in the film world, it is a notoriously exploitative and deeply predatory industry. And I'm sure the same goes for publishing. Ghostly, on this week's episode of Insults and Unpleasantries. Boo-doo-doo. Alright. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, but I'm trying my best and adding and deleting and auto-correcting some things. Yep, that's the whole thing, the whole process. It's all progress. You get better with practice. I'm sure you're doing great. Of course. All right, everybody. We're going to start, we're going to go ahead and start reading Ghostly's Insults. Boo-doo-doo is officially the theme song of Insults. Perfect. Good. I nailed it. Akuma, sorry, I'm back. No, of course. Well, we are getting ready to read chapter 3 of Ghostly's story. So if you are writing and working on, you want to get the words done, feel free to mute stream. I am going to run the timer up in the corner, so people can still do the time in the break, and we'll still take the 10-minute break. But for now, if you want, the quiet so you can work, mute stream, because we will be reading for the next probably sprint and a half. All right, cool. Cheers, publishing, and film are very much the handshake meme. Exactly. I keep hoping authors will take note from me and unionize. Me too, man. Oh, I will be out there in the streets the moment they try. I'm there. Same with the music industry. We've been hoping for a long time. All right, everybody. We're going to go and start the sprint and start Ghostly's story. And away we go. For writers, have fun writing. I hope the words treat you well. And away we go. And Tuscany just got settled in for story time. The music industry is indeed horrible. It's bad. All right. Chapter 3. An Awful Day. Before rational thought could calculate, Buttercup started swinging. She threw a hard, uncoordinated elbow behind her, and it struck something hard. A muffled gasp escaped from the darkness above her, and his hand loosened from around her mouth. She took the moment of opportunity She took the moment of opportunity, and with all the force she possessed, she pushed herself away and fell free into the dirt. She coughed as she swallowed a deep breath of dust. Her throat closed up around it and burned her eyes with tears. Uh, her throat closed up around it and burned her eyes with tears. Scrambled on the ground, blind and breathless. She could hear the breathing of whatever she left behind, and had only the mind to move away from it. Okay, cool, perfect. There's just a few like little cleanups there, Ghostly. There should be a she in there. Yeah, okay, that makes. Yes, she scrambled on the ground. That makes sense. Yep, little cleanup, but for the most part, that flowed really well. Yeah, okay, I got it. Her throat closed up around it, and it burned her eyes with tears. She scrambled on the ground, blind and breathless. She could hear, maybe not the repetition of she here. Maybe kill, if you're going to add a she at the beginning, just kill this second she. Lurky lurk. Enjoy your time in the lurks, Rude Wolf. Yeah, she scrambled on the ground, blind and breathless, and could hear the breathing of whatever she left. Oh, you got another and there, and moved away from it. Yeah, pronoun is an issue I have. Yeah, I mean, we all do it. I do it a lot. It's actually something I almost just let happen in my initial drafting phase, and then I'll go back and clean it out. It's kind of when I go back and try to like get all the sentences kind of condensed and polished, like and put together. Yeah, I don't even think it's a thing you should necessarily worry too much about unless you want to just actively try to get better at it in your initial draft. You're doing great. Otherwise, that's an easy issue to exactly cryptid. Yeah, that's just a cleanup issue. She pulled herself around one of the piles of grain and fell into the steps that led up to the cellar door. "Hold on!" the gruff voice quietly urged from behind her. There was no malice behind the words, only sincere desperation. Intrigue. "I'm asking questions, Ghostly. You're making me ask questions. That is good." Twilight, you have perfectly described copy editing. Exactly. Yeah. That's yep. There you go. I'm asking questions. Intrigue. She stopped 2 steps up and turned around to face the darkness of the cellar. Splinters stabbed into her palms from the rough wooden steps as she leaned back on them. Looking up at the figure figure that had to stoop to stand. Okay, I gotcha. Okay. It's a little clunky here. I think I'm getting the picture you're describing. Maybe Splinters because she's just standing there. For some reason, when I see Splinter stabbed, it made me think like she was actively being stabbed instead of just you describing her state being there. But it makes sense. Splinter stabbed into her palms from the rough wood steps as she leaned back on them, looking up at the figure that had to stoop to stand. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Yes, she leaned back. Okay, she's turned around, faced the darkness. Splinter stabbed her palms from the as she leaned back on them. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I see. Looking up to a figure that had to stoop. Right, because it's looming over her. Right. So she's leaning back, and it's kind of looming over her. Got it. Because Girly was on the floor. Yes. Okay. So is she like? So okay. So did she stood, right? She pulled herself around one of the piles of grain and fell into the steps. Got it. Fell into the steps. Yes. She tops it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe add something about her pulling herself up. Yeah. Okay, so we just need height difference deets and maybe breathing in dust on the floor. Yeah. Okay, yes, the classic horror stumble I imagine is called. Yeah. So I think we just need a little bit more detail there. Yes. What Cryptid says is perfect. Yeah, so height differential. You're kind of already there because I'm getting the image of it looming over her, but maybe like she pulled herself up or she pulled herself 2 steps up before turning to face the darkness kind of thing. Oh no, not the horror movie stumble. Yeah, exactly. No, describing it as the horror movie stumble, I know exactly what you're doing. I think I just need to clarify. She was like, I mean, you do say she was on the ground up here, but yeah, for some reason I thought she pulled herself around one of the piles of grain. I just maybe in my brain I had thought if she pulled herself up. But yeah, I think maybe like pulling herself up the steps. Like just remind that she's using her arms. Yep. You've got a lot of it. It just needs a smidge more clarity. Exactly. Yeah, I think that. But yeah, you're there. You're doing great. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Um, a few rays of light. The few rays of light that broke through the door above cast onto huge black boots that stood before the first step. Her gaze rose up the tattered hem of this leather trench coat. The other thing you might be able to do, Ghostly, is actually like really make a note as you're describing the scene to have this figure really step up out of the darkness. Uh, Splinters as lean back the figure like or that the figure like loom like have the figure kind of approach and loom. It gives it more action instead of just standing there. Um, Her gaze rose up the tattered hem of his leather trench coat. She had a hard time distinguishing the figure from the shadow as the all-black attire blurred the lines between shoulders and abyss. Nice. That's a great description. That's fantastic, Ghostly. Um, Yet there was not a doubt in her mind that this was by far the largest person she had ever seen in her life. He was as broad as two barrels and taller than a 7-foot roof. Not by much, she noticed, but enough for the need to incline his head. Awesome. Beautifully done. Yes, yeah, fantastic description. Yeah, you're painting the picture of this figure very, very well. She squinted through the shadows to try and make out his face. Even with the faint ambient light from the trap door, there was no making out his features. Awesome. I mean you no harm, he forced his voice steady as he continued in that low, quiet tone. He shifted back a little to give her more space. Okay, very cool. That's a good little detail. Awesome. So having him maybe like approach, yeah, like stepping forward and then withdrawing back, like that's a good little one. It's an action. It indicates the type of character it is, and also an awareness of the situation to try to be less threatening. She watched him with sharp, uncertain eyes that took in his every move. She straightened her back just slightly as he looked up into the void. As she looked up into the void that was his face, and set her jaw. "You have 5 seconds to state your every intention," she warned in a cold, entirely serious tone. I put so much thought into this, dude. I can tell. You're describing the dude perfectly. And you're painting. The scene is very, like, I can see it. It's very visual. It's present. It's exciting. He shifted further, this time crouching down to meet her eye level. He winced as his knees bent and his hand instinctually went to clutch a spot on the side of his leg beneath his trench coat. "I only came here for supplies, considering I'd be hounded if I used the front door." He spoke tightly through clenched teeth. "I swear I am here out of desperation only." As he lowered himself beneath the stairs, the shine of the early noon sun cast through the thin slivers of wood in the wood and partially illuminated a very tired, rugged face. Long black tendrils of unkempt curls fell in front of two dark eyes. They were black to the point it was difficult to tell the iris from the color. The only distinction being thin shards of gray that stuck out like stars in the night sky. Very good. Very good. Very nice. Interesting. They got a little bit of a sparkle in the eyes there. Deep, dark eyes, but with a little bit of sparkle. I like it. I like it. Great, Crypta. You're nailing it. Moves smoothly and keeps you pulled in. Very tugged right face. Cool. Okay, yep. She subconsciously shifted back. Oh, I see you. I see where this is going. Cryptid. She subconsciously shifted back, pulling her feet from the ground before him to the first step. What? No. What could possibly be so important to risk being caught breaking and entering in this town? She asked bluntly, her hard eyes unrelenting as they took in as much detail of his face as she could. Though her eyes lingered somewhat rudely on the long pink knotted scar running from the right corner of his lip to his right elbow. She subconsciously, what could possibly? She asked bluntly, her eyes unrelenting as they took in as much detail of his face as she could. Though her eyes lingered. Okay, you might want to make this a separate sentence, but just a mechanical detail. Ooh. What? No, Cryptid? I love this Mothman emo Cryptid. It's so great. Eyebrow. Not, oh, got you. Eyebrow. Right corner of his eyebrow. Sorry. Right corner of his eyebrow. If he noticed her staring, he didn't give any indication that he cared. His leg wobbled underneath him, and he allowed himself to slip down to the ground, his legs splaying out before him. He clenched his teeth and held in a sharp breath. "I'm not keen on bleeding out today," he said roughly. She watched as he pulled back his trench coat to reveal his trousers and the large, dark, wet spot that was a few inches above his knee. The fabric was cleanly ripped, exposing a sliver of exposed red flesh. Ah, our wounded giant. Our very, very compelling wounded giant. Buttercup's eyebrows shot up. She blinked, as if expecting the image to change, but the gore remained. "I see," she said slowly. She swallowed and opened her mouth to say more, but before she could get a word out, the door upstairs opened and cast a waterfall of light down the stairs at the far end of the room. "You all right down there, Buttercup?" Ferdinand called from the unseen doorway, though his large shadow sprawled over the distant floor of the cellar. Both of their eyes pivoted from the stairwell to the person across from them. She met his eyes that seemed to be like black holes of emotion, but in that fraction of a second, she thought she saw a flicker of desperation through those black pools. The rise and fall, his chest froze as he held his breath. The rise and fall of his chest, froze as he held his breath. His whole body tensed for whatever was to come. Nice. All right, we're building up some tension. Okay. Yikes! It's okay, Ghostly. It's we all miss words. It's fine. It's not even worth mentioning. It's just these are all technical touch-ups. Dyslexia as a bitch. No, you're fine, Ghostly. Your writing is extraordinarily clear, compelling, active, and easy to read, even with the occasional mechanical issue, particularly for someone who's dyslexic. Your writing is you wouldn't even be able to tell. Would not be able to tell. I have written worse, and I don't. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've seen sometimes when I'm typing in chat really fast. Sometimes it's garbled nonsense. It's fine. I've written worse and don't even have dyslexia. This is a very clean draft. Yes, absolutely clean. Yeah, This is far more clear and legible than half the times I'm even trying to get my thoughts together or say anything and just write it down really quick. So, you're doing just fine. "Yes, Ferdinand, I'm fine. I just knocked over some of your preserves. I'll be up in a few moments." She yelled back, her voice even and calm, her eyes never leaving his. His flat brow furrowed, and though his eyes remained the same, she could feel the questioning behind them. "Very well. Just checking on you, dearie." With nothing more, the wooden door thudded closed, and the darkness washed back into place. In the faint slivers of light through the cellar hatch, the two of them considered the other with little conclusion. Very nice. Very nice. His shoulder didn't relax as he leaned back, adjusting his leg. "You know who I am, right?" he asked with an uncertain and rough edge to his voice. She huffed an exhale through her nose. "I don't think demons bleed, so maybe not." She kept her voice even and hard as she sat up. Her scrutinizing gaze on him did not lessen as she was calculating his every breath. He sighed. He sighed what might have been a laugh, but it was too bogged down with exhaustion to tell. "An acute observation, miss. But that does not clear up why you just did what you did." She stood on the step, and unfittingly towering. She stood on the step, and unfittingly towered above him. Got it. She stood on the step and unfittingly towered above him, forcing him to tilt his head to meet her eyes. "I'm going to give you very simple and straightforward directions, and you are going to follow them. Is that clear?" She spoke through a tight jaw, but there was no mishearing her words. His dark eyes were like a curtain pulled. His dark eyes were like a curtain pulled over the windows of his thoughts. The only indication of emotion was the slight, tentative tilt to his head as he considered her. Aha. Interesting. Very stoic, Ghostly. It's very stoic. Keeps all those emotions on the inside. Hard to read, but compelling nonetheless. She took his silence as a yes. She folded her arms and took a step down. It is at this point beta reads have said so much is happening. I say, Cryptid, I see you, Ghostly. So much eyes have. Oh, I got you. So much eyes happening. To which I say, they're pretty. That's fine. I mean, describe the eyes. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? Isn't that what people are here for? For these compelling. Why would you not describe the eyes? Particularly because you're describing it from the character's point of view. Specifically, if the character is entranced by the eyes, it would make sense that you would write it from that perspective. The perspective of, I can't stop looking at the pretty eyes. It makes sense. It all makes sense in world. I can already tell Cryptid's like read this just like, I see this. I see what's happening. She took his silence as a yes. Not pretty in world. Uncertainty, I tell you. Got it. That's why you keep doing it. Just to remind us many times that the eyes are uncertain. Not the little sparkle of gray in the deep dark eyes. Sure. She took his silence as a yes. She folded her arms and took a step down, setting her closer to eye level. You can't stop. Setting her closer to eye level. You are not unwell, Ghostly. It makes sense. It's fine. You will get whatever you need to survive. You will stabilize yourself, and then you will get out of this town. No detours, no side stops. You get out. She spoke with a tense clarity, like she might be instructing a rambunctious child. And if you are caught by a huntsman, you will not mention meeting me. Is that clear as glass? His face was tight with severity as she stood not 2 feet from him, her eyes burning into his. Very clear, he said simply, his expression unchanging. He winced slightly as he lumbered to his feet, once more making her step above him in vain. That's a really good image right there. Like, she keeps trying to establish just dominance. Not dominance, but like the power dynamic here, and him just standing up, and she like tries to go up the stairs a little bit more to like keep that's a funny little moment. I can visualize that moment, and it's very adorable. It's cute. That's a good little bit there, Ghostly. Takes a puff of pipe, but only bubbles come out. That's a love interest, that is. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely setting that up for sure. The bubble pipe. You're like at the beginning of Inglourious Bastards, where Christoph Waltz pulls out the cartoonishly large pipe, and is just like, I already know everything that's about to happen here, but I'm just gonna go ahead and play along. I am howling thing. Look, Ghostly, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, Ghostly, because this is delightful to read. So you don't need to do anything new, and you're doing it in your own way, and it has its own little sense of humor. It is reinventing the wheel. It's a different type of wheel. It's a ghostly wheel. It's the ghostly wheel, and it's deeply, deeply charming. This little step above thing. It's a charming image. Paints the picture. It tells everything I need to know about the character. I love those moments where characters act out who they are inside, externally in the world. It's a thing I really like when people can pull that off. She swallowed as he grew back to his full height. She stepped down further onto the dirt, allowing her eyes for the first time in a while to fall from him to the darkness of the basement. I'm going to leave now with what I came for and forget that this ever happened. She didn't look back at him as she spoke. Her whole attention focused on the vague outline of the stairway as he put one foot in front of the other. Or she put one foot in front of the other. She heard the crack of the stair and saw light pour into the darkness from behind her. Forget what happened? Forget what happened? The light thud of wood on wood and the sudden cascade of darkness pushed her curiosity to the edge. She looked over her shoulder, much like when she had first come down. The slices of light from the cellar door cut down to rickety old stairs. The only things different was the fresh red stain in the dirt and the 5 silver coins shining in a scratch of sunlight at the bottom step. Ooh, all right, I'm up to... Oh, we're the advisor. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. We are having story time. Let me shout you out if you don't already. Worthy Advisor is delightful. I love them. They're a fantastic science fiction writer as well. And I still have yet to check out the website and do the podcast, but I love it. I'm just going through your website. I was just like, oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Everything I want. Let me Ba-bam! Yes, but yes, please go check out Worthy Advisor if you don't already. But yes, Ghostly has redeemed channel points for us to read and go over her writing. So we are in the middle of doing that. So feel free to join along if you are currently writing. I keep the sprint timer up for people who just want to mute and work alongside, since we do read as the sprints go. So we'll go ahead and dive back into that. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the books when you get them. Yes, I can't wait to get them, and I'm very excited. And I'm sure I will come in with all of my thoughts and ravings and reviews when I do get to them. I will dive into your channel like a bird. All right. Perfect. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and keep on going. But welcome everybody. Welcome. It is a delight having you all here. Okay, let me reread that last one, Ghostly. Forget. Let me just start back up here. Yes, lurk. Definitely relax after streaming. It's a lot of work, so feel free to lurk away. Go take care of yourself. Self-care is of the utmost importance. All right. She didn't look back at him. She didn't look back at him as she spoke. Her whole attention focused on the vague outline of the stairway as she put one foot in front of the other. She heard the creak of the stair and saw the light pour into the darkness from behind her. Forget what happened? The light thud of wood on wood and the sudden cascade of darkness pushed her curiosity to the edge. She looked over her shoulder. Much like when she had first come down, the slices of light from the cellar door cut down to rickety old stairs. The only things different was a fresh red stain in the dirt and 5 silver coins shining in the scratch of sunlight from the bottom step. Oh, he paid, leaving coins. See, there you go. Now we know that this is a delightful character. This character has principles. All right. Buttercup exhaled, and her shoulders fell. I caught him on his way out. What poor timing. She spoke breathlessly. She stumbled to the stairs and leaned on the banister, the tremor in her legs finally taking over. Yep. Then the terrified, the adrenaline now getting the panic attack. She breathed heavily. She breathed deeply and closed her eyes. Get it together, Buttercup. She forced her breath steady and her hammering heart to slow. The stairs creaked under her as she slowly made her way up, holding into the banister with a tight grip. The pure darkness of the stairs swirled into the shapes of her eyes. Swirled into shapes in her eyes, all of which morphing into a gigantic silhouette looming from above. Oh, that's interesting. The pure darkness of the stairs swirled into shapes in her eyes, all of which morphing into a gigantic... Oh, I like this a lot, Ghostly. The sort of letting it be like a burnt-in image in her mind, the figure of this character looming as almost like an after image. That's good, Ghostly. That's good. That is very good. Big fan of this. Big fan. It's very expressionistic, which I like. This is a thing that not just in literature, but also in film itself, that I really like, is you get expressive with it's visually expressive of not just what the characters, and it breaks the reality a little bit. Like it gets into the sort of magical nature of the a character's own perception of the world, which I really like. That's such a good use of atmosphere. Exactly, Cryptid. Ron Swanson voice. I'm really proud of you. Sometimes I take a flair for more. Yeah, but you're using it to your own ends. And in this case, it's almost like it's mysterious, magical, and romantic. And it's got a little bit of romantic edge to it, which is that's how you do it. Use the language and the effects of oh, not yet. Gotcha. Well, it's still okay, so she's still scared of it. I don't know. That's not what's happening. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Not yet. Not yet. I see. You're using it in your own way with a touch of romance is brilliant. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's leaning in. Stop projecting, you neo-romantics. Okay. All right. All right, all right, all right. We'll go ahead and say that it's just she's seeing the faint outline of the thing that spooked her. So we'll go ahead and let it. We'll live there. Got it. All right. The pure darkness of the stairs swirled into shapes in her eyes, all of which morphing into a gigantic silhouette looming from above. She clenched her teeth and kept her eyes, This man is an accused murderer! You can be afraid and still like someone, gestures to the romantic witch, but oh, there, yeah, that's true too. So it can start that way. Jesus, Cryptid, and? All right, we'll live in her head where she literally just had the beginnings of a panic attack here with the tremor in her legs. Girlfriend is just trying to make a living. All right, she's you know, I've felt this, the tremor in the legs, the I can't breathe. You know, she's, you know, what is problem? Mm-hmm. Between fear and romance, somewhere between fear and romance, between anxiety and excitement. We find that's where life takes place. All right. She clenched her teeth and kept her eyes on her feet and the unseen next step until she ran into the door. She fumbled for the handle, and with it a twist, she stumbled out into the bright shop. She shielded her poor eyes from the light and blindly fumbled the door closed behind her. Yeah. All right. Grog's below, lass. What happened to you? Ferdinand asked with a concerned edge. He hobbled up from his stool and placed a supportive hand under her elbow. She stood on her own and blinked the shadows out of her eyes. I dropped the lantern and it went out. I lost it in the dark. I'm sorry. She met his eyes and gave him an apologetic smile, forcing together her frayed nerves. Okay. Don't worry about that, Ferdinand quickly shooed away the thought. He lowered his head to meet her eyes, taking in her face. Are you all right? He asked seriously. She forced a slight laugh and smiled to follow. I truly hope you're not accusing me of being scared of the dark. Nice. That's good. Good little sarcasm back. She brushed the dirt off her skirt from crawling on the ground. You can probably just get rid of the crawling on the ground and just brush off the dirt from her skirt. We know she's been through it. Buttercup. His severe tone did not lighten, and his sappy brown eyes were not convinced. Honestly, Ferdinand, you fret yourself too much. A little romp on the ground through the dark never did any harm. Mm-hmm. She spoke lightly as she took a step back. She patted her apron pocket, which still held the root of ginger. Bella will be waiting on me back at the Hogs. I shouldn't leave the poor thing thinking I've been devoured by some tall, dark vagabond. Mm-hmm. Well done. Well done, Ghostly. Well done. Mm-hmm. It's always fun to have the character saying the thing that literally happened to them, but like, oh no, that's absurd. That would never have happened. Absurd. Yeah, that is a very Ghostly move. See, Ghostly, it's all your voice. You don't have to reinvent or come up with an entirely new story structure and style. It's all in your voice. The crease in Ferdinand's brow never smoothed as he watched her. You joke too much, my dear. I fear you may never heed threat. He leaned against the counter for support as he watched her leave, but the concern behind his stare did not lessen. I love it. Reminds me of Dumas in the best way. Oh, Dumas. Mm-hmm. Her smile fell, and she released the breath from her lungs. Trust my scrutiny. Her hand lingered on the brass knob as she watched him, waiting for his smile to return again. He sighed and looked up to the ceiling, a hint of his regular smile pulling at his lip. I trust your stubbornness more than anything else, lass. You could have a dagger in your heart and still argue with the Reaper. Nice. Nice line. His eyes fell back to meet her, the concern behind him softening just slightly. Just stay safe out there. You hear? Mm-hmm. Go say. Oh yes, Alexander Dumas. Three Musketeers. Yep. Yeah. A fantastic writer with a very, very, very pronounced voice. Actually, probably what makes the reading those novels. I mean, they're great stories, but also one of the reasons why Dumas I think is so popular is because of his very particular and very, 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 very wry and sharp voice. Which is a fucking delight to read in proper translation. Yep. You'd love him. His comedy is chef's kiss. Yep. He's very sharp. He's a very sharp writer. Her smile fell the moment the door thudded behind her. She ignored the sting in her eyes as she tromped down the stairs. A group of whimpering women Oh, Ghostly. You're very good at painting a village, man. You're very good at painting a village. Oh, did I miss a paragraph? Oops. Oh, got you. Sorry. She attempted the sincerest return smile she could as she nodded. I will. And you'll be, and you don't be overdoing yourself again. She tacked on as she pushed all her weight against the thick wooden door and it slowly creaked open. Got it. Her smile fell the moment the door thudded behind her. She ignored the sting in her eyes as she tromped down the stairs. A group of whimpering women collected, almost in a huddle, in front of the alley between the Glen and the shoe store. She kept her head down, but her ears still burned as she passed. I heard one of the men saw a tall shadow on the east side of town. Hogwash. No one's seen anything since Broadsmith's girl spotted him this morning, and that's precisely the problem. No, I heard about the shadow sighting too. It was from Hunt's Master Morris. He said he suspected the demon may be trying to sneak into businesses, or worse, homes. Very good, very good. Buttercup's frown deepened as she attempted to squeeze past them to the alley. There was no hiding the disgust on her face, but it hardly mattered as she was invisible to the women. The women went on, either careless or oblivious to her attempts to pass them. Let's see here. Okay. What would he ever want from Holmes? It's no secret. Don't no one in Westshire have nothing worth anything? Don't no one, yeah. What would it want from Holmes? No secret. Don't no one in Westshire have nothing worth anything? The fast walk behind slow walker torture. Yeah, that's what I'm imagining here as Buttercup's trying to like push through. One of the younger women in the two fishtail braids spoke up, the spark of thought behind her eyes particularly dull. Hold your tongue, girl, the older woman scolded. You're describing it very well, Ghostly, because you can tell that like okay, I got the relevant information now. Can I please squeeze past you, and then you can't, and we're sitting here with poor Buttercup as we just have to listen to these characters continue on. In this conversation is it's good. You're doing a good job painting the picture. So oh my god, be sure to hide your young. Hold your tongue, girl, the older woman scolded. Have you no ears to hear the rumors? He thieves women and young girls and stores them away in that decrepit old smith he calls a home. So be sure to hide your young, another woman emphatically nodded. Hide my young? I'll be hiding myself, thank you. A rather visually unappealing... So snarky, I love it. A rather visually unappealing lady boasted. Buttercup audibly groaned. Yep. As many of us already are. Exactly. I am stupid. No, you're not, Ghostly. Not at all. I will and don't deny yourself nor us the pleasure of reading this. Buttercup audibly groaned. Her eyes strained from how far back they rolled in her head. She shoved extra hard past the crowd and mumbled under her breath as she stepped into the alley. Your husbands don't even want you. Why do you think he would? Oh, burn. Burn. Ooh. Whoo. Wow. Ghostly, but that is a Buttercup. Goodness. That is a scalding remark. Ooh. All right. Seemingly as if on cue, right as she spoke, the whispers of conversation stilled, and her remarks were very much on. Exactly. Yep, we know this. Brilliant, Ghostly. Brilliant. Your setup and descriptions of scenes. You're doing a very good job of building. You're one of your many strengths, but I think you are very clear in the scenes that you set up and the way that you build. You're not just building tension. In this case, it would be comedic tension, where in my mind as a reader, I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to listen to these women. Like, move on, Buttercup. Where are you going? I want to follow your story, but you can't. And now I'm stuck with the character, so now I'm identifying with the character, and now you're like raising the stakes once again into an ever larger moment that gets us into trouble, just like these characters. So you're doing a very good job of building a scene and the dramatic stakes of a scene, even though it's, you're not like, there's nothing like really like life or death happening here, but I'm very compelled. It's very good character writing and very good scene construction. All right. Seemingly as if on cue, right as she spoke, the whispers of conversation stilled, and her remark was very much audible to those around her. She paused her step, and she felt the sharp, even familiar feeling of scrutinizing eyes cutting into her back. She winced and closed her ears turning pink. Is that right, Miss Autumnbow? One of the women asked in a venom-stoked tone. I don't recall anyone inviting your opinion, dear. It's dramatic stakes while keeping it in character focus. You capture the slice of life to a T. Exactly, Cryptid. That's exactly it. It is the distillation of slice of life. Mm-hmm. It's dramatic stakes are there. Things are happening, even though they don't appear to be happening plot-wise. You're not relying on plot for your stakes. A younger woman scrunched up her brows in a frown. Autumnbow. Okay, got it. Thank you, Ghostly. I'll correct this now, but is Autumnbow like the long-range weapon? Autumnbow. Got it. A younger woman scrunched up her brows in a frown, a rather unpleasant smile cut across her face. She stepped up past the other women and rose her voice. Oh, you're fine, Ghostly. Don't worry. No, it's good. Thank you. I need clarity, particularly if I mispronounce a name. Oh, but Miss Perkins, she has the most important opinion of all, don't you, Buttercup? She asked with nothing less of condensation. Condensation. You're not at all. Any author would do the same, exactly. Buttercup remained where she stood, her back to the vindictive crowd. The girl's smile only grew as she stepped forward, because, of course, we're all just the most wretched, unwanted creatures, while she is the most lovely and graceful lady ever to bless Weshire. A few of the women shared in a snicker as the young lady paused and gestured dramatically. Now, you might mistake her for a drunken raccoon upon seeing her after a shift at the tavern, smelling of ale and of smoke, but in truth she is just an angel in disguise. Oh. Ooh, wicked. We're doing some wicked stepsister stuff here. Yikes. Buttercup's just angry ladies. Shrewd, angry ladies. Buttercup's jaw tightened as she lowered her head and put one foot in front of the other. Ladies, do not be fooled by her prickly, unattractive exterior. She's just misunderstood. A hidden gem of a maiden, really. Nice. Your emphasis, your use of font and emphasis is very good as well, good to say. The girl continued, her mocking only being encouraged by those around her. Buttercup's breathing grew shallow as she... Oh, wait. We wrapped up? Okay. Let me... All right, we'll go... Actually, we'll go and pause here real quick. We'll do our break, and then we will come back for the second sprint, and we'll see if we can finish the chapter. Hopefully. We'll see if we can finish the chapter. We might not be able to. It fits big town, big small town vibes. They have nothing better to do but belittle others to feel big. Exactly. I don't know. I don't really have a lot of notes to give you, Ghostly. I don't, not like any broad things. It's out of just like cleaning it up in areas that I don't have much to say. It's a fun read. I don't think you're making any major like missteps. I don't think you're overly confused or like having, I don't know. You're tying us into the world. And, at this point I'm just along for the ride. I don't know. I feel bad, Ghostly. I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of notes so far at all. At this point it's a pleasure to read. Thank you. I got mixed responses from people about the mob being italics. No, don't worry. I don't understand. So people, because I remember Maya had issues with this too. I don't understand this. I don't understand. It's a way of visually making a distinction that changes the texture and the tone of the environment. Because I hear this. This is gossip. It's like gossipy hen stuff happening all around. It's fine leaving this in the exterior because it's not a directly, narratively important dialogue. But we're still captured by it. We're still being annoyed by it. But all this dialogue that you have in its house is part of the texture to the town. So. I was uncertain if the village lays. No, it's fine. They fit the vibe because the way that you set them up in the opening chapter, Ghostly, this fits because they are kind of cartoonish. They are kind of absurd in the way that they are handling this entire crisis. They're gossip. They're gossipy people that are overly stoking the fears of the entire town. But I think it fits very well to capture the vibe. I don't think it fits. It fits with her character. I agree, Cryptid. I think that's all fitting. And I want the voice to be obviously spoken from an individual, but more to speak. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean, Ghostly. It's the hens. It's the whispering multiple kind of. It's texture. The italics are. It's not a direct thing. Yeah, it has a single speaker, but it is from a hive mind. That's. And you say you don't put thought into anything, Ghostly. You absolutely are putting thought into it. Just because it's intuition doesn't mean it's not thought. So you're thinking through this, and you're making very, very deliberate, creative decisions that add to the texture of the story. If they are mad at italics, I just throw Faulkner in their face. If, Faulkner can do it, it's... showing her having this conflict with the townsfolk adds more levels to the subplot and texture of the place. Agreed. Yep, I think so. I would say if you wanted to go deeper, keep some of those high fantasy details here in the crowd. Consider different races or small touch differences between this scene and, say, a medieval fiction here and a high fantasy story. I guess that's true. You do, in the opening chapter, you do kind of paint the very medieval-y elements of it. Okay, so this subplot is new. Okay. Oh, so in your so this was one of the things that you went back and added as you went back and reworked it. Okay. I mean, it flows well. It doesn't seem out of the it doesn't seem like you just forced it in there. It is growing naturally out of the story. But in the opening chapter, you do kind of lay down that it does seem pretty muted. It does seem like the fantasy world is relatively muted, right, Ghostly? Am I wrong for that? We haven't gotten too much into the magic yet. But I believe it is pretty muted. The thing is, there aren't... Yes, okay, yeah. I don't remember you highlighting elves or dwarves. Thing is, there aren't really mixed races. It is a point that these people live far away from magic and mystics, so it's all rather macabre to them. Ah, yes, okay, yep. Well, that's why. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. Twilight, all of this is new. I say I'm drafting, but it's more of a rewrite. Got it. Yeah. Okay, so all of this is. Yeah. So you went back and just did a page one rewrite. None of the town existed previously. That's okay. That's right. Because I do remember you saying that you had changed the entire approach, the way that you started the story. You went more with hangout vibes because this is it. This I'm assuming eventually builds into the road trip elements of this, where it becomes your like road trip movie, road trip novel, not movie. Um, all right. Well, you're doing a great job if none of this town existed previously and you just made this up or added because it feels like a pretty full fleshed town, like you that you could set a lot here. Um, I made the hometown. I made the hometown rather closed off, so the actual meat is all the more fantastical. Okay, okay. Thank you so much. I would consider leaning into that stuff here. Like, do people look down on Buttercup because she's someone in her family is rumored to be out of the ilk, but it's not proven? So the town lets her live there. Yeah, that gives you a little bit more. But they loathe her. I guess, yeah, because we know that she is treated kind of like the runt of the town. You've established that really well. So I guess you could, if you wanted to, world build a little bit more here. Okay, gotcha. Yes, we get a little bit more context. Yeah. In chapter one. Yeah, because I think, isn't that, I do remember you saying, like, there were scary, scary magicians, or that they do talk pretty negatively about musicians. Musicians. Magicians. You know, those darn musicians coming. I mean, sometimes people do treat musicians that way. Raising hell, coming through town, raising hell. But I do remember you having an explicit thing, I think, with that. Yes, her father was a magic trinket salesman. Yeah. So then you've got two things that annoy a town: one, traveling salesman, and magic, and involving magic. So just they also hate music. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Cryptid. Yeah, that's. I should have just. It is Footloose. They hate dancing and they hate music. This town is just. Do you remember when you could make a movie where everyone just agreed upon that an entire community just hates something that is universally loved by human beings? Like, because it's not even. In Footloose, is it even like. It's not even like a type of music. They just hate music. Like, cartoonishly hate it. And it's like this act of rebellion. It was another time. It was, yeah. It's like what was it, the Beatdown? What was that movie? The Beatdown, the breakdancing movie? Not Electric Boogaloo, the sequel, but the first one. Yes, exactly. It's so absurd it almost reads like modern day Puritans. Like, yeah, the only people that would hate music and dancing are literally the Puritans, and they're not around anymore because they're like the most miserable human beings possibly like that you could possibly imagine. Bow, bow, bow. Do ba ba bow. All right. Ba ba ba. But tell me, but tell me. Does it actually read as romance? I mean, you're flagging. Yes. I mean that little image, like the ghostly image, a little bit there. The way you describe the eyes is a little. That is how I expect you to describe a character that will at one point be romantically involved. Like, you are setting that up. This character is. You are writing it from the point of view of being taken with this character. Now it doesn't read like there's like they're being flirty and there's like a romantic tension immediately there, but it doesn't necessarily read as it does read a little bit like a sense of fear and, if not attraction, um deep curiosity. like a deep sense of curiosity. See, I describe eyes for all the characters more. Okay, like Ghostly like eyeballs. That is not the goal. How do I fix? Yeah, that's yeah, yeah. I mean the dark upon. I mean describing dark with the gray. I think. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Human eyes. Then I would do. I mean, it's a little tropey. It's a little tropey, but you could do fear. You could see. I mean, fear in its eyes as so like it is if it's a monster that everyone says is a monster, you don't expect it to show fear, worry, or terror. So you could lean into that. You could lean into the idea that it could that because yes, calling them beautiful does kind of it does drop some hints about people to immediately take it as like this could possibly be romantic or that this person is pretty, that kind of thing, like an object of adoration. um did you use the word or did we just read that into it? Let's see. Let's see. Mean no harm. I gotta get to when we actually see his face. But even the faint ambient light from the trapdoor make out the features. She watched him with sharpened certain eyes. He shifted further. Yes, okay, crouching. He winces, knees bent, instinctually clutched side of his leg, beneath the trench coat. I only came here for supplies. So he lowered himself beneath the stairs. Okay, here we go. Long black tendrils of unkept furrows, dark eyes. They were black to the point it was difficult to tell the iris from the color. That's fine. The only distinction being thin shards of gray that stuck out. Yeah, stars in the night sky. Yeah, maybe. I like that description, though. I do like the shards of gray that stuck out like nights in the night sky, but the moment you start talking about stars in the night sky in people's eyes, it's a little romantic. She subconsciously shifted back. Her hard eyes unrelenting. I think people. Let's see. I think people will see tropes and assume, but at this point they're in a game of cat and mouse where they don't know what the other is. No, it makes sense, Ghostly. I do see what you're trying to. You don't want it. She's not like you're trying to read it in as it's fear and that she's scared. It is okay. See, I knew it, which annoys me because it's a plot point. Damn. That's not annoying. It's fun. The will they or won't they is always a good time. Yeah, I don't think it's. I don't want when we say it's like romantic. That is kind of the literary. People read it and they read into particularly romance fiction. That's exciting, but I don't think it's reading like she's immediately attracted to him. It doesn't read that way, but there is a sort of meta awareness. I think the key point I'm trying to set is uncertainty. As long as the tension between them feels natural, which this does, it works. Yeah. Yes, is uncertainty. No, the uncertainty works because you don't know. You don't know if someone's gonna get. You don't know if someone's gonna get hurt here. Like what they mean for each other, what they mean to do to each other. Is Buttercup gonna sell this figure out? We're already sympathetic and realize that Buttercup doesn't buy into the town's nonsense. So we're already kind of have an idea of how Buttercup is gonna act here. But it is a character defining moment. But as the reader, we are uncertain. And maybe even Buttercup herself is uncertain of what she's going to do. And I think you do capture that a little bit. Yeah, let me see here. It doesn't help that the last time I wrote them was at the end of the last draft. God, after all the character development, when they're already, it was set up to write it prettier than it would be. I was set up to write it prettier than it would be. I think it's fine, Ghostly. I don't think, it doesn't come off as like explicitly romantic. It's just because you're everyone here reading is a heavy reader and reads this kind of stuff, so they're probably going to clue into some of those things, which isn't always a problem. It's not always a problem to have your writers kind of clue in to see where you're going with it, because it's always fun to go back and be like, oh, see, there it is. It was the gray, and the starry eyes. There it is. There it is. So I don't know. I don't think it's a problem at all. And yeah, I literally get paid to pick up on these clues. It's my day job. Yeah. Some people might not. Some people might buy a big, tall, scary thing, you know, mysterious. I mean, and that's hard. Like if I'm thinking about this from the point of view of a movie, Ghostly, where you have a figure with curly hair over dark eyes with sparkles in them, that's kind of like sparkling like stars in the eyes. If I see that in a movie and I'm watching this as an audience, that you're immediately gonna be like, ooh, anti-hero bad boy, I'm already having a crush on this character kind of thing. Ghostly wrote this as a human connection story, not so much as a romance, so I'm trying not to fall in tropes. Interesting. Ghostly, well, when you say it like that, it's fine, Ghostly. And actually, you could subvert it, where the romance is... I mean, I've seen stories... Actually, some of my favorite stories are stories that set this up like it's a romance, and the romance is destructive. Like, it does not help these... It does not make the characters better, and it oftentimes can become very toxic and weird, and sometimes it's just them connecting and being it's sometimes them being like coming to terms with them being friendly and not possessive of each other, where the real sort of beauty of their relationship comes out. That it's not that like suddenly the lack of possession of this the lack of the possession of it makes them better, and then their relationship as friends, or a type of friendship, is what actually elevates it to what you wanted out of it. So those are really good stories too. I mean, watch, if you want to watch, particularly in like queer cinema, you see that all the time. Like Greg Araki from like 90s like the Doom generation and things like that. Like really, really great movies like that. So anyway, that's an aside. So you don't have to, you can lean into it and then break away from it, Ghostly. There's the freedom to do that. All right, let me start the next thing. Who's your head cast for Mysterious Stranger? Let me think on that. As we get to reading, I'm going to think a little bit more who my head cast would be for the Mysterious Stranger. But I'm curious who Ghostly would do. Who would do as this? Ghostly, who would you cast as your stranger? Damn, curse my basic bitch. No, Ghostly, stop it. You're fine. You're fine. I want so much of those so much more. Yeah. I want to write, if I do try to write a romance story, I can guarantee you it's going to be that kind of romance story, because I tend to hate in the cyberpunk rom-com, I try to subvert a lot of those things too by making it not necessarily ideal, because I kind of hate those tropes, and I think it gives us a very toxic view of love. But if I do write a romance, it will probably be that kind of romance story. Let people be messy. I'm all about the messy people. Simple lady, I like my simple things. It's not basic. It's just writing. You need to lay the clues, or otherwise the reader gets whiplash later. Yeah, you always need to have the things there. Honestly, do not have... oh, you don't have anyone in mind. Interesting. Okay. What if that's the cyberpunk rom-com? all rom and no com? Maybe. The cyberpunk rom-com is very much... I think the reason why it works is because the rom-com elements subvert the cyberpunk elements, and the cyberpunk elements subvert the rom-com elements. So that mesh, I think I've found a good way to kind of zipper those two things together. But the romance, maybe if I can find another weird like genre thing, I think I could make it work. I could definitely think I could make it work. But I don't know if I want that. I don't know if that should be the rom-com, because it's not even guaranteed that it's like it's definitely not guaranteed that it's a forever relationship. That's for damn sure. In the rom-com, in the cyberpunk rom-com, I don't go there. All right, all rom and no com. I am gonna try to write a dedicated romance story. It's something that's on my bucket list. If he was a fan cast, I think people would probably say Adam Driver. I could see that. He's probably too... but I can't think of a human person who fits the mold. I dig it. See, Ghostly has pretension most foul cast, but insults is too close to your heart. You know what, Ghostly? I think you should lean into that. Lean into not having a head cast for it, because I think that'll give you. There's a lot of freedom that comes from that. There is a lot of freedom that comes from just having these characters be the way that these characters are, without you relying exclusively on a person. It's not a bad way to approach it. Exactly, more room to roam and more room to change. You can notice, like, you can do wild things with your characters in literature that you might feel more constrained by if you did be like, well, this is supposed to look like a la actor or person or whatever. I think this would be best animated if it was on screen. I kind of agree, Ghostly. I mean, as a person who thinks that Ghibli and the animation that Ghibli does is masterwork, I tend to agree that I think that this does give off some Ghibli vibes a little bit. Okay. Got your strong female character, rambunctious on her own, but has like a sort of resources of spirit that will let her overcome any kind of, so it's got Ghibli vibes. All right, we're going to start the second timer and continue. Let me make sure I am where I am. Lovely and great. Yeah, there we go. Okay, here we are. Got it. Away! Back to reading. And for everybody who is writing, I hope it is a productive sprint, and good luck with your words. I headcast a lot, but that's just helps me visualize it. I mean, I have to. I write films. I have to headcast. It's always how I am. Ooh, that could be cool as hell. Yep. Away we go. Back to the mob. Buttercup's jaw. I didn't skip anything, right? A few women snicker. Now you might. Yes. Okay. Yep. Drunken raccoon. Drunken raccoon are my kind of people. Buttercup's jaw tightened as she lowered her head and put one foot in front of the other. Ladies, do not be fooled by her prickly and unattractive exterior. She's just misunderstood. A hidden gem of a maiden, really? The girl continued, her mocking only being encouraged by those around her. Buttercup's breathing grew shallow as she felt a heavy weight pull down her heart. She clenched her shaking hand into a fist. With rippling vision, she watched the dirt of the alley beneath her as she picked up her pace. The young woman watched her leave with an unattractive mixture of annoyance and glee. It's so great. This not altogether unattractive lady smirking, unattractive mixture of annoyance and glee. It's a good picture. I know exactly what that look looks like, and it's funny. You should be careful, Buttercup. I bet such a sweet, loving soul like yourself is just what the demon is after. I'd watch my back if I were you. She cupped her hands around her mouth to yell after Buttercup as she disappeared around the corner, to which the young lady was promptly slapped on the arm by an older woman at the spectacle she had built. Yes, they are rude ladies. Absolutely rude. The women sighed amongst themselves after the girl had left their sight around the back of the general store. That girl. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting choice here, Ghostly. So after you make a perspective shift here. Interesting. I get the roving camera. The roving camera continues to hang out movie roving cam. I like it. So now we let Buttercup disappear down the alleyway, and we linger these vile, rude ladies. Interesting. No. It's no bounds at all. Yep. I mean, this is my jam. This is where we're just moving through a time and a place, giving you the real feeling of what it is to be in a time and a place. So the camera's moving from character. Each character doesn't dominate it. All right. The women sighed amongst themselves after the girl, and I love that, after the girl had left their sight. It's a good little language change here for perspective shift. Their sight around the back of the general store. That girl, an elderly woman, shook her head with saddened, downturned eyes. Interesting. All right. Pitiful, really, one spoke carelessly. She will learn her place eventually, one way or another, sighed a woman who held a fussing baby in her arms. I don't know. Her father never did. And you know what that got him? And you know where that got him? The boasting young woman sneered, her eyes still on the alley. Do not speak ill of the dead, Katerina. Even if the dead practiced questionable trade. The scolding old woman slapped her again, this time with a handheld fan she had been flapping in her face. I like this. I don't know. They're not cartoonish here, Ghostly. You're starting to add a little bit of character to them. They're still rude old ladies, but yeah, they almost put on the facade to bite back at her. But now we're getting a little bit of their still judgment. They're still stuck in their ways, but they sound like people. So yeah, they're not cartoony. Her father might have been the one who sold magic trinkets, but I think his eldest is the real witch. The girl with the fishtail braid snickered. All right, that is enough of that. The elder woman who seemed to be the monarch of the group spoke up, closing her fan. Oh man, of course she has a fan. Of course they have it's so that's a southern sensibility right there, Ghostly. The very, very Victorian, very southern dame. Leave the dogs to lie and carry on. Nice. Now, back to your homes with the lot of you. Buttercup leaned against the wall. All right, and we're back. Leaned against the wall of the den, her shaking hand covering her mouth. She squeezed her eyes shut, but against her efforts, a tear broke through her eyelids and cascaded down her face. Nice. Curse them, she murmured. Curse them all. She forced a deep breath in and out of her burning lungs. Her fist shook and her shoulders tensed, but she did not allow herself to act. She pried her aching jaw loose and opened her eyes, looking out to the yellow wheat field that rolled behind town. She wiped away a single streak down her cheek with the back of her hand, her shining eyes turning to a hatch on the ground. As she suspected, the site was abandoned, just an old wooden cellar, door, and dirt. Her heart fell as she found nothing of note left beside or discarded, no token of what had happened and its validity. She shook her head and rubbed the bridge of her nose. Oh, is that the hatch to the hatch to the shop? Ghostly? Okay, just making sure. I might want to specify that. Got it. Yep, yeah, you're doing subtext. Yep. What were you even looking for? She harshly muttered to herself. Nice. She huffed and turned down the opposite way from whence she came. She walked with a swift, borderline desperate pace behind the buildings. Go back to work and drop this off, then go and see that witch. She mumbled the reminder to herself, though it was dubious if she actually heard it. Her irritated red eyes scanned the hills for shadows. Though it was a thoughtless endeavor, her actual sight seemed to be on something non-tangible. How dare they speak of father? Ooh, okay. Interesting. Nice. Because, yeah, we're a little unsure of whether or not she's just upset about being bullied and them just kind of talking down about her and her family, but I do like that we highlight here that she clearly has an intense emotional relationship with her father, so that's where the fury comes from. I like that. Her words starkly more intentional than before. Thoughtless gossips. That's all they are. Her voice broke off a bit. She bit her lip. And shook her head, as if trying to knock the thoughts out of her head. Yeah, just a thing, like just word repetition here in Ghostly. But other than that, it doesn't take me out of the scene or anything. Just clean up. She's the most lovely and graceful lady ever to bless Westshire. You might mistake her for a drunken raccoon. Nice, okay. She just misunderstood. A hidden gem. I bet such a sweet, loving soul like yourself is just what the demon is after. She will learn her place eventually. Her father never did. Nice. Nice, Ghostly. The words rung in her mind like a dull, constant chime. That's a good callback right there, Ghostly, where having them be kind of a hive mind and infectious, you're kind of almost making a really subtle and interesting critique and texture of gossip itself here. And then you're having it that the hive itself is in Ghostly's own mind, and we're hearing it kind of bounce around. That it's a part of the psychosphere texture of the town. and that it's infecting and infectious. That's all like, but you're doing that. You're doing that structurally. That's really what's interesting here, Ghostly, is you're not spelling it out. You're doing it subtly, and you're doing it with like textured in the text itself. So definitely pat yourself on the back for that, because that's big. That's not like I don't really see new writers do that. This is something like established writers do. Um, like yeah, this is not something to just be like glossed over. That this is the use of form to the use of form for function thematically is really is a craft, and something that writers do craft and have to spend time crafting to get good at. Yes, that's a big deal. Gossip really greatly upsets me as a person. Yeah, well, yeah, it can literally, in some cases, it literally leads to people dying. It can ruin lives. It's a real thing. You're making it's not an unworthy critique. It's what boring people say because they have nothing interesting to talk about. That's true too. Yep, it's true. Thank you so much, Stop. Oh my gosh, yes, you're making big choices here. I really love it. Yeah, yeah, big and thematic choices. They're not just out of anywhere. They have meaning. They are literally it is literally that's like a thing that I will gush over forever, is utilizing the form of the medium and the function of the medium to thematically reinforce why this is not another type of story, like in another medium. You're making it worthwhile being a narrative story, and that's important. You're using the medium. I do not see this often, especially outside of folks who have a bit of classic train. Exactly. Yeah. This is definitely feels like classic writing. I think that's why I'm cluing into it so much. Like this is the kind of stuff people talk about when they talk about like Faulkner or Melville and Moby Dick. Big things here. Yeah. That's a like, yes. Here you go, Ghostly. This will be my big note for this read. Of all the work you're doing here, it's a delightful story in your voice. What you've done here with the hive mind and the way that you've textured the writing, that is your like you have a transcendent moment in your writing. That it is transcending the work as a whole to something. It's adding another layer above and more than the sum of its parts. So, congratulations, well done. Definitely lean into that. As someone who took one English class in her entire life, that's really mind-blowing. I'm having a hard time taking that in. It's a big deal. It's you are doing things that famous writers do, and that you don't see a lot of other writers, particularly writers in like many other genres, do, unless they're really, really good and very masterful at what they're doing. All right, let us continue. The words rung in her mind like a dull, consistent chime. She squeezed her eyes shut as another tear broke through her eyelids. Her hand crept up to her neck, and her fingers traced the thin sliver chain that hung around it. Talk is cheap, just like they are. No? Oh, nice. That's a good line. They're cheap. She said to herself, get over it. She swallowed the thickness in her throat and hardened her face in a scowl. She bit the inside of her cheek and wiped her face with the back of her hand, forcing her eyes up. She had made it to the edge of town where the buildings petered out to the woods. The bakery was the last building on Main Street, a small squat brick building that made the air surrounding it smell like bread. Buttercup was a few feet from rounding the corner of a bakery when the sharp chatter of male voices broke through her thoughts. She stopped herself and listened. It was two men, and by how they grew louder, she presumed they were headed around the bakery in her direction. Huntsmaster Morris reported the shadow at the tree line on this side of town. I figured if we poked around the woods a bit, we might find something, one of the voices said with mild exasperation. Fine with me, sighed a tired, familiar voice. Buttercup's lips thinned as her jaw locked. Uh-oh, we know who it is. It's this jackass. Yep, here it comes. Of course. Pfft, blowhard. Alright. Buttercup's lips thinned as her jaw locked. Absolutely not. Not you, not now. Perfect. Perfect time, perfect timing. God, yeah, exactly. Goddamn fantasy cops. Yeah, 100%. She murmured to herself as she shook her head. She turned around and spotted a wooden cart propped beside the back door. Without a second thought, she grabbed up her skirt. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Instead of grabbed up her skirt, I'd lift skirt. She lifted her skirt, or I guess I don't know. I'm trying to think of it better. I don't know why grabbed up skirt feels weird. that feels inappropriate and not in the way you want it. And ran around the cart before diving behind it. Not a moment later did two silhouettes emerge from around the corner, one tall and lean, while the other just slightly shorter, but on the broader side. Okay. You know, when it gets read aloud, words when it gets read aloud, words change. You're not wrong, Ghostly. It's true. That's why it's always good to try, if you can, read it out loud. Without a second thought, she grabbed up, one tall and one lean, while the other just slightly shorter, but on the broader side. Sorry, my voice is having issues. Buttercup kept her head low under the edge of the cart. She glanced up enough to see her boot at the edge, and the edge of her skirt peeking just beyond the cart. She quickly pulled her leg back and tucked it underneath her, holding her breath. Nice. Two sharp blue eyes flickered over to the cart, as if triggered by instinct. By fantasy cop instinct. The eyes narrowed as he paused just before the edge of the building. He turned his attention to the shorter man, and spoke in an almost jovial tone. But before we go off on some romp through the forest, I think it's best I grab us something to fuel us as we go. You get a head start, and I'll catch up with you. Ugh. Oh, God. All right. That's how I proofread when I have a migraine. My partner puts up with a lot of mumbling and grumbling when I'm working. Bless her. Yep. I do try. I got that from Clark Ashton Smith, because I found that he would read his stuff aloud. That's how he would edit it. So I try to do it from time to time. I also try to add it because I like writing in the tone of like it being spoken, like telling a story at a bar or telling a story to someone you know. Movement always does that. If you stay still, you won't get spotted, but you moved exactly. Yep. Hey, I'm gonna fix him eventually. I'm gonna fix him. Are you? Can you fix him? I don't know. The shorter man smiled and clapped him on the back. Trying to make me a fatty? Well, I'm not the man to stop you, Lo. I won't be far from the tree line. With nothing more, the man turned and marched toward the woods, whistling a tune as he went. After the man had moved out of earshot and it was clear he wasn't paying attention, those chilled blue eyes turned back to the cart. I hope you're aware what an awful hiding place that is, he said evenly. Buttercup felt her heart sink as she closed her eyes and sighed. When she opened them, she found a lean silhouette with his arms crossed standing before the foot of the cart, looking down to her with a mildly perplexed expression. Is there a reason you're hiding from me now? Logan asked as he offered her a hand. Avoiding, actually, she said through a low voice as she ignored his hand and got up herself. She kept her head low, her still watery red eyes never daring to glance to his face. Yeah, 'cause you're a dick, man. Come on. Yeah, this is fantastic. His frown deepened as he looked at her more closely. What's wrong? He asked, his tone lightened somewhat. She grinded her teeth, her eyes on the ground. Perhaps it's people constantly questioning me. Yeah. I mean, this girl's been bothered constantly, all day with her. She has not had a moment to herself. Ugh, the plight, the plight, all damn day. She murmured, yeah, no peace. Good Lord, just let the girl just be by herself for a damn minute. She murmured. She wiped off her skirt and stepped around him, but he was quick to block her. Oh, of course he was. His brow furrowed further. No, Buttercup, he spoke with dead seriousness. I know we go back and forth in this little game of pig-headedness, but I am not playing with you right now. You're hiding behind a cart to avoid me. Something happened. What happened? Ugh. Ugh. His voice strained to touch. His hard, demanding tone weakened to something more genuine. Oh man, Ghostly, you're doing a good job just making me just hate this character so much. Just, dude, learn to take a chill pill. She lives there, man. You can bug her at any other time. She cannot even go into the basement without being bothered. There's a reason this chapter is called An Awful Day. Yeah, you're capturing that essence real well, Ghostly. Oh my god, yeah, this does feel like a guy who thinks that it's, like, cute and charming. He's like, don't worry, she's gonna date me someday if I just keep fucking bothering her all the goddamn time. God. Ugh. Ugh, yeah, he's like a 12-year-old boy who's just like, if I keep poking you and make you cry, it means you like me. Ugh. Alright, sorry. Focus. His voice strained to touch, his hard, demanding tone weakened to something more genuine. Buttercup, and that's how you get a cop, and that is how someone joins the force. That kind of character. That personality type. Buttercup's fist clenched, her teeth hurt from the pressure, and she couldn't hold it any longer. Logan, for once, will you respect my wishes and leave me alone? She snapped, her eyes flickering up to look into his for the first time. His brow unknotted and his face went slack. Were you crying? Duh, she was crying, dude. Were you crying? He asked quietly, almost in shock. She crossed her arms defensively and forced her irritated eyes, forced her irritated brown eyes back on the ground. You act as though I'm not human, Logan Gallons, she snipped without missing a beat. Am I no longer allowed to shed tears? Does that ruin your little villainized image of the hateful Autumn Bow girl? Ooh, nice. Her striking gaze glanced back up at him. Nice, Ghostly. Nice. Very good, very in character. These are great little expressions. Fantastic. I never expected Logan to elicit such reactions. Well, this might come as a shocker to many of you, but I don't like cops. And capturing that kind of tone creates a visceral reaction in me. And also, I don't like bullies. I really don't like bullies. She bit her tongue and took her head as the disdain oozed from her. There's a list, and you're a generous... Sorry. Let me go back here really quick. Her striking gaze glanced back up at him. Logan's jaw dropped as his stoic nature fumbled. No, I'm asking what's wrong, Buttercup, he said, torn between beguiled and appalled by the sudden outburst. Yeah, exactly, Cryptid. Exactly. My tin of hexing nails. Yep. Yes. Wait. Okay. Yep. He said, but torn between beguiled and appalled by the sudden outburst. She bit her tongue and shook her head as the disdain oozed from her. There's a list, and you're a generous contributor to it. She spat the words like they were rancid. Nice. Logan's own eyes grew cold as he set his jaw. His back straightened and his hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. I'm sorry to hear you feel that way, Miss Autumn Bow. That will not change my question. Oh, God. Oh, that will not change my question. What has disturbed you? And there he is. She almost laughed. Yeah, there we go. Good. I love this, Ghostly. Just, I'm glad to know that it's just like, yep, I'm clearly so much in Buttercup's headspace that, like, yeah. I'm already raging, and just her internal monologue is making me feel validated in the way that I feel about this character. So I'm appreciating this, Ghostly. And there he is. She almost laughed. Master Huntsman Gallons. Yay! Yeah, he's not even sorry that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's an asshole. Master Huntsman Gallons. Thea forbid he doesn't. Master Huntsman Gallons. Thea forbid he doesn't have his hands in everyone's affairs. She gestured up and down at him with a demanding flick of her wrist. Nice. Her nose crinkled with revulsion. You see this patch, don't you? You see this patch, don't you? He pointed to the diamond-shaped leather insignia on his breast. A crossed arrow and sword cut into the leather in a dark score. It means I am a guardian of this town and the people in it. I have a duty to inquire to people's dilemmas. I tried asking you as a friend, but evidently I am dead to you in that fashion now. He spoke the words sharply through a clear restraint. Oh God, yeah, the badge, pointing to the badge, man. Yeah, pointing to the badge. I'm sorry you feel that way. Is the I'm sorry what I said upset you? Not I'm sorry I upset you because I'm a dickhead. Yeah, exactly, Cryptid. I do like the pointing to the badge. Just quote True Detective. This means I can do whatever I want with impunity. That makes you right about one thing, she seethed. She stepped up even with him and stabbed a finger into his patch. If you truly believe you have some duty to me, then listen when I say, I want you to leave me alone. Don't meddle about me, and don't meddle about my family. That's all I ask of you, Master Huntsman Gallants. Nice. Nice. Yes. Go Buttercup. Hell yeah. What's the internet word? Preach. His whole frame tightened as he took a step back from her. You denounce me? Yeah, man. You denounce me? I will never come to your call. I will never come to your call, he warned with a hurt, bitter gaze. Wow. Ghostly, what's the internet word? I'm an old man, Ghostly. I'm an old man. That's funny. You denounce me? I will never come to your call. Good Lord. He is a child. You are a 12-year-old. You are a 12-year-old. Yeah. No, stop. Wait. Come back. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She swallowed some of the rage behind her glare faltering, but as stubborn does with stupid in its own mistake, she doubled down. I have never called on you before. Yes, tear him to the ground. Tear him to the ground, Buttercup. She said this notably quieter, but she maintained her frown and disposition. His knuckles whitened on the hilt of the sword, while his eyes wandered from her to the forest. Fine. Have it your way, Autumn Bow, but never claim I didn't warn you. With nothing more, he turned from her and made his way to the tree line, never looking back. Her lips thinned as she watched him disappear amongst the trees. She felt the tightness in her lungs release, and another pit open in her stomach when the forest devoured him. She grumbled and pounded a fist to her head. Good going, Buttercup. He might actually start off trying to be helpful. She quietly scolded herself. He's a horse's hind on a good day. That's a great line. Horse's hind on a good day. But that was too far. I disagree, Buttercup. You didn't go far. That was perfect. That was perfectly far. She sighed and breathed. Buttercup is such a sweet soul. I can already tell. Already going too far. Didn't go too far. He was a jerk. She sighed and breathed into the sky. Drop by the tavern. Go to the witch. She reminded herself hollowly. Buttercup shook her head as she put one foot in front of the other, forcing her eyes away from the woods that seemed to make the pang of guilt sharper. What an awful day, she murmured under her breath as she rounded the corner of the bakery. And there we have it. That is the end of the chapter. All right, well, if it is any indication of Ghostly working that ghostly magic, is that I just stopped giving you notes and just reacted to the story due to my visceral reaction to the scenes you were laying out. So I feel like I failed as a reviewer to give you notes, but I think you are I don't have notes to give aside from cleanup notes, but you did it, Ghostly. You just made me read it and have a good time with it. Obviously not a chore at all. So I'm telling you, Ghostly, you are a talented and astounding writer. I firmly believe you should be you should very quickly begin to submit. I think you should start submitting some of your stuff. Um, um, let's see. You live long enough to really understand Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka. Yeah, you do. Yes, you do. Oh no, what will we do without a cop? Everything we already do, but more peacefully. Yeah, true. Not at all what I was going for, but that's the beauty of literature. Oh, really? You were not going for for a visceral reaction to our good friend Logan here. I mean, you do a really good job of writing Logan as a jerk. Like he is a bruiser of a jerk. Um, Maybe I'm a little bit too. Maybe it's like more boyish. I don't know, man. I'm so like detached from I guess maybe what it was like. I mean, I was definitely a little asshole, but I don't know if I was that bad even when I was a kid, even when I was in my teens. I mean, you do a good job writing him as a deeply deeply unlikable jerk. I mean, now you can always lean into that and we can go into why he is that way and you know the attempts to yeah, no, okay, so that's the thing is let's see. Oh, and now I die. And I know this because I was pulled in without issue, which I have a hard time with. Yeah, I know you Ghostly's nailing getting us into the world and pulling us into the world. Um, it's the curse of editing. You never stop editing. Exactly. Yeah, but I was just vibing. Like Ghostly, I was just vibing the latter half of that chapter. So I don't have notes. Um, I attempted to actually write him with more genuinely in the second interaction. No, I mean I can see. I see. I don't think he's like a monolithic monster, um, and you can always lean into if you ever decide to just like figure. It's always interesting to go into those characters and find out why they are. You can always have characters be monstrous. Yeah, I mean that's actually the best villains. Characters that are and do monstrous things that when you see what when you kind of see what went into them, it makes sense. Now it doesn't make what they're doing right or any less assholeish or jerkish or whatever, but you can understand them. And that fundamentally he clearly wants to connect with her in a way to like communicate with her, but they're both stubborn and he's also deeply, deeply unconcerned with the very things that she's very concerned about. He's not in touch with any of his own emotions, clearly, or if he is, he can't express them in a way where Buttercup is like brimming with how she feels at any given moment. She's very aware. The way that you write her, she's very aware internally of how she's the feeling she feels at any given moment and the passing of these feelings and transitioning from panic to fear to humor to stubbornness to like we're navigating her emotional world really well where Logan does not and he doesn't seem to really know how to handle her like in that way or communicate with her, which is fine, but the way that you have him written here is just and you're also doing it, you're kind of capstoning her terrible day, so we're already like tired, so your narrative work is doing well there because we are putting him at the end of this is going to have us have the most visceral reaction to it because she's already gone through so much and we've already gone through so much with her, so it's not just it's kind of the accident of when it happens. um it's the accident of when it happens, and you should. I actually do think Logan will only be an interesting character if he has a redemption or if he comes we come to understand him better. That's the only way he becomes like a character outside of just being cop man, emotionally insensitive cop man. um he's genuine for a few moments when he gets cold again and does the whole "I'm sorry you don't like how," because yeah, exactly, because at his heart he's an ass. Yeah, that's the thing, is that he's severing his own emotional response, which is something that Buttercup responds to. Thank you so much. That's a helpful note in of itself. Good, 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 good. There we go. I'm glad. I'm glad I gave you a good note. Because for the most part, I was analytic brain was getting turned off. I was just vibing with the story. Yeah, I hope it's not the last time we see him, and you want a redemption. Yep, yep. Give him something. Give him something good to go out on or do. I figured not. He spends too much time on the page to go away easily. Yeah, he's setting up for a character. Well, you've got them down to a T. Nicely set. Oh, thank you. I say this since it won't be written for a long time, but they were friends one. Yeah, okay. So the fallen out friendship. Got it. He was always a bit of a leader, but he went to the cabin and blew his ego sky high, as it is. And also, as we know, usually groups of men going off and doing very manly things in a society that values that kind of thing tends to make those folks not particularly good at self-reflection or analyzing their own emotions. Hence it's literally the problems you see with people that are in they're not allowed to express their emotions. They can't even understand. They end up feeling shame about the way that they think. It's a very, I mean, there's a really good anthropology book called oh shit, what it's called. It's about vets. It's about people that come back from war, and how not just in the military but also the way that we treat vets when they come back makes them very ill-equipped to handle the emotional weight that people that go through intense periods of violence handle. And so that's kind of you can see you see the sort of you can see the societal structure that makes people this way. And I think that if you focus on that, that's a very insightful and deep way of looking at it. Is you can see that we are products of the systems that create us, not necessarily those things naturally. And that's what you want to lean into. Excellent. Okay, good. Yeah. I got that vibe from this last scene. Excellent, because he tries to connect with her in a way that they have this rapport, but then he closes off once he is actually genuine. He actually has to be exactly, yeah, because we see this all the time with young men, is that they literally cannot. They do not have the ability and are not taught by anybody like role models in their lives to be self-reflective emotionally. Essentially, the term being in tune with your own emotions, or being able to self-reflect on what it is you're feeling and why you're feeling it, because you're not supposed to. And that's kind of how, yeah. So I think that if that's what you're leaning into, Ghostly, then I'm very excited to read it, because I think that's also thematically something very, very powerful that you're trying to say, and that you're doing it subtextually and naturally, and not letting it be preachy or soapboxy. So. And that's the best way to communicate those ideas in stories. The double standard of asking her to communicate when then he won't. Yep, dick move. And it's the post-war, and it fits the post-war harmed persons. Exactly, Cryptid. Exactly. How was she in this chapter? I was worried it was too much of a... No. We follow her emotional arcs. That's kind of Buttercup's thing. It's actually what I like about it. I like that we're along for her ride, the emotional rides that she has. I think that's strong writing. It's strong character, and it balances against kind of the way the rest of the community treats her. A lot of it is very sarcastic, biting, not very I guess it's not very sincere. And following her emotional journey makes her, or the emotions as she's going through, because it is a whirlwind, but it's also an awful day. But it gives us a sort of grounding and sincerity that I think, in order for some of your other ideas to land, is necessary. That would be my note to that. I don't think it's a whirlwind. It's very clear what's happening in the story. So it's not overwhelming by any stretch of the imagination. No, not at all. You've got enough going to keep this moving without needing to have a big world ending. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the best. I mean, I've talked about this ad nauseum, that I like stories where we don't have. I mean, and I like stories where it's not world ending, or that if it is world ending, we're not even focused on the characters that have any part or are directly involved with the world ending elements in it. That was actually something I specifically did in the cyberpunk rom-com, was subvert the notion that your characters are the main characters in the sort of revolution-y stuff that's happening, and I make the main story happen in the shadow of that happening. So if you are going to have big world-shaking events, you don't even focus on it. It's just happening in the background. Or in this case, where there is a big event happening, but we're not a part of it. Like, the standard plot structure would be following Logan trying to track down this creature, but we're not. We're focused on Buttercup, and Buttercup moving through the village, and all this stuff is happening around her. But it helps to see why she is the way she is. It keeps her grounded and real. Ghostly, ooh. Wait, what's ooh? What happened? Oh, got you. Logan is the main character's nausea. Yes, I agree, Ghostly. That's. But you know what I mean when I say Logan would be, like, when you attach a story and you're looking at it from a plot, it would be the active character. It would be whatever character is most active in trying to solve the crisis at bay, the problem at bay, and the crisis of the town is the creature. That's, you see how what I meant there, which is that's the most approachable way to tell the story, where you're doing the opposite. You're throwing all that to the side and focusing on this character just trying to exist in the town while this is happening, which I think is a better way to go about telling that story. So that's the Jim Butcher version. Exactly. Yep. I find it so funny that the crisis is man walks in road. Yes. Yep. Man walks in. Yep. Yes, crisis. Man walks in road. The world has ended. Hey, man. Look at every Western. Every Western literally is a dude walks into town. And thus, everything happens. So, all right. And look at that. We managed to finish it before 2 sprints were up. Yes, I figured, Ghostly. You're leaning very by the book mass hysteria. Good. That makes me happy to hear, because nothing is more dangerous than hysteria. A lesson history has proven time and time again, and that human beings are particularly susceptible to. We are very good. We are very, very good at falling into that trap. It's part of. We like to have heroes, and we like hysteria. It's just the thing that human beings have. Now I'm just picturing Blazing Saddles. That movie. That movie. I don't know if there will ever be a better social commentary comedy ever made than Blazing Saddles. That movie's so good. That movie is so good. It's so good. It should be hailed as one of the greatest comedies ever made, in my opinion. Like, particularly for what it was trying to do and what it was trying to say and but it's like, it's relevant even now. It's not even just like back in the 60s and the 70s when he made it. It's like where it very clearly had very direct political and social cultural implications in what he was trying to do. But like, even today, it's like even today. It's crazy. Yeah, it's so good. So good. These are common clay of the West. Exactly. Yep. This dude is just duding. I love that movie. I don't think there will be. Yes, yeah. Blazing Saddles. Same. I don't think it can be done. It's absolutely perfect. Yep. Agreed. All right, everybody. I can tell you right now, my voice is starting to go. So before that happens, we are going to call stream for the day. But thank you, Ghostly. This has been an utter delight to read. I can't wait to read more. And I think we need. I think we need to find magazines so Ghostly can submit work to like for Pretension Most Foul for sure. Because I definitely think, Ghostly, you are in like submission phase where I think you can submit work. You're a strong enough writer. I appreciate it. Of course, Ghostly. Thank you for letting us read. Yes, I will get some tea. I'm gonna go get some tea and some food. Ghostly, this has been such a good time. Thank you for sharing this with us, and thank you so much. It has been a blast. Hey man, want to read my stuff without fake money? Ghostly wouldn't complain. Yep. Hey, without the fake money, we'll get there. We will get there. I mean, I do intend on, if you do want me to read things, I will get to it. You can post it in the Discord. I will get around to it. It's just this is how you get me to do it immediately. because I am slow. I do know I am slow. All right, everybody. Let's see. I think I'm just going to go ahead and call it. But for everybody out there, I love you all. I know you can afford another Ghostly. It's because you are wealthy. You've hoarded it like a dragon. All right. All right, everybody. I'm just going to call it. You all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your evening and weekend. I'll be back next week. I might have a weekend stream, and I might be trying to figure out to set up like a movie night on the Discord where I'm just going to stream a movie on the Discord, and if people want to watch it, they can watch it. Kind of like as a communal movie night thing. Something I've wanted to do for a bit. So I'm trying to figure that whole thing out. But for now, stream should be back up next Tuesday for our usual writing sprints. So in the meantime, love you all. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves, and we will catch you next time. Take care, everybody.